Alright, welcome guys to continuing this video. The last time we ended by creating our different builder classes and also creating our environment context and implementing getting the business rule from the database, also implementing the business rule and how it's persisted to the database, and also getting the authorization context, which is made up of our subject and different things. Now, just to continue, I wanted to, because when I was thinking about this, like I said in the last video, you see the authorization context contains the subject, okay? But you should understand that in our case, we are considering that subject will always be the user. However, if you go to like cloud systems like AWS, Google, the subject is not always the user, right? Because the subject there is the actor. So a service can call another service, can request services from another service, you get, and the subject there is not you as the user, is the service, right? And that service has its own particular group of rules. And in the complexity of things, essentially, when a request is made, okay, so when a request is made, what happens is that the subject, okay, has a group of, the subject will have you have policies attached to a rule, right? Attached to a rule, okay, or attached directly. So policies attached to rules or directly, right? So basically, these policies in this case will make up our auth context, which is include our policies, right? And so when you're sending a subject there, right, I'm just trying to reiterate that in this our case, we are using our user, and we assume that that's not going to change because we're building a simplified version of it. But if you're scaling stuff like that, you want to change the subject. And I think if you want to go with the implementation, you have to go the same way that we are trying to go with the resource. Because the resource can be the same service, the resource can be another service, right? And so is the subject. The subject can be another service, the subject can be a user, and the user itself is part of a resource, right, which you can target. So you are representing everything in your systems, right? There are objects in your system and you're representing them. And you may want to collect like the class type of the particular subject and then build the subject when you need it. Okay. So for example, if it's a request that is, so in your auth context, you want to build the subject, your authentication context, I think, or yeah. So in this auth context here, if you come to security, we have context, right? You have context, right? And we have auth context. Right here, our auth context is user. But in your service, technically, your auth context will be whatever is making the request. It's not necessarily going to be a user. It can be another service that is making a request to your microservice. And that service itself is going to come with a bunch of rules, right? A bunch of policies attached to it, a bunch of other information, basically where it's found in the network, and you build this environment and the context based on that particular service or whatever is making a request. It can be the user directly making a request to your service, it can be another service making a request to your service, but essentially you're building the auth context based on whatever is making a request to you. And your subject is gotten from the authentication context, because this is the actor that is trying to act and on a particular target, which is a resource, and you have to build it in terms of this. And like I said, we are only using, essentially we are taking the context, right? Similar thing. If you look at our auth context, when we are building our auth context, let's dive. If you look at our auth context, right, we take the user here, right? But if you want to do something else, you want to put like a same thing here, that you get the class and then you build out the class, right? So you create the object from the class or something like that. And so that is the idea, okay? So in our case here, I wanted to also, I spoke about yesterday about that we are not getting the class type because that's what we are passing, right, from the policies in the user. We we updated the required policy annotation. We had a target class, which is the resource we are targeting, right? At least according to our implementation. And the idea is that the authorization context is going to get that class, and then we're going to build the object directly. But you see, the target here, the resource at least, is going to let me say it's not going to change much again, or yeah, the resource is not going to change much, because while the attribute source will change, the resource itself will not change. And the authorization context contains all this information: the environment, the resource, and the subject, right? And the resource is basically, I think it will be the microservice processing a particular request, right? And it basically is microservice. And in this our case, it is the user, right? And we have to build the object from it. And I was thinking that we should use, I think the first time we used like a generic, but then you have to pass it here and build a generic class, or you probably like build a class and then like a resource class which is empty, and then every other resource extends that resource class, so that you can pass here a resource and every other resource can be passed through it. So what I'm saying is that you could have something like so let's see, we could have, so in the but anyway, again, if you're doing it, you'll be doing this kind of thing in every microservice. Okay, so in this case, even if you're doing it if you're doing it in a monolith, right? I think this is where it gets complicated. But in each microservice itself, except that particular microservice contains multiple different kind of processing that you want to, then the resource here is going to kind of vary. But let's just say you're building a microservice, the payments, right, or the user, right, you're going to have like user here as the resource, right? So you have maybe whatever is trying to make the actor, and then you're going to have like the resource here to be like the user. Or say you have like a file, right? A file system. So the resource here is going to be like the entire file, right? It doesn't really have to be like a database entity. It can be like a processing that you, because what you're trying to put it against is computation, right? And you can be like a processing that you can say, okay, based on this, you can only perform a particular given function based on this particular resource. And the resource here can be, like I said, like a file, right? And you can say, okay, delete a file or update a file or modify a file. And that could be like in a file microservice or file handling or stuff like that. Again, it varies a lot depending on how you're implementing it on your system, which is why you have to do requirement gathering information and understand how your business is going to work and the business flow and all that. But yeah, we are just keeping it generic because we have like a single monolith here, and say we have multiple different. So here we have a user. Maybe the user becomes a resource that we want to use another user as a subject, and then target the user class as a resource. You can pass the class here. And in the aspect, I was thinking the other time that since the authorization, well, it's an object, how do we build the object? Because we need to act on an object, right? And so here we have to build in the business rule engine, and the business rule engine is going to have an allowed, and it's also going to have a couple of other things. Okay. So the business rule engine is going to take a list of business rules, right? And this is our list of business rules. And it's also going to take the authorization context, right? But now we have just passed in the target based on the authorization context. And we're going to change yeah. So we're just passing the target, right? So we have built the authorization context as we saw using the authorization context builder. You can look at the last video to look at it. And the business engine is simply just going to have like an allowed method. Okay, but I don't want to do an if-else statement. Like there is this implementation that I have down here where you have like the business engine. Okay, so business rule evaluator, you have different evaluators, right? So dynamic policy engine, there we go. And then you check like allows, and then it's going to load rules and stuff like that. But what I want to do, if you look at this, what I was writing here at least, policy loader, it has okay, this is it loads the policy and the evaluator, right? And so it has different kind of evaluators, policy evaluator, and then it's going to have the allow, stream of action, and authorized context. And that's not really what I want to do. So business evaluator. So the business rule, the business engine is going to give you a different kind of evaluator based on, so a business evaluator based on whether or not it supports the kind of source attribute. So we are going to give the base evaluator based on this column, right? So if it is subject, then it's going to implement a different source attribute, and we have the source attribute class or enum that we've created in our service class. If you go to enum, you get the attribute source there. So what I want to do is create an engine, so service. So say engines. Let's just right. So we have our builders, we have our loaders, we have our engine. So business rule engine, and it's going to be business. And the idea is I want to kind of do like a factory and a strategy method mesh together, so that the business engine is going to request the kind of evaluator, and then the strategy method is going to allow us to return just the evaluator that supports that particular business rule, okay, to be able to process it. And basically the business engine or the business factory. If I have like a business factory, just like a business engine, let's just give it a business engine. So yeah, I'm going to have like strategy rule, yeah, a strategy design pattern, and it's going to have a public is it like public void? I don't know if you have like a void, or is it boolean? Let's say boolean first. Authorize. Like is authorized or is authorized. Okay, it's going to implement that, and it's going to take, based on our aspect, we say it's going to take the authorization content on the list of business rule, right? So it's going to take authorization context, and so it's going to take a list of business rules. Yes, import that Java. And what this will do is going to implement something. We're going to implement what we call business rule business rule evaluator, right? And based on whether or not the business rule evaluator supports, okay, then we are going to execute something So it's going to get like a final here, and based on the support, then we're going to execute the evaluate. Okay, evaluate command, and that's what we want to do. Okay, and we are going to, so this is also going to be like a service. Okay, and we are going to require ask constructor here, but we don't have the evaluators yet. So we want to create like a package. We have like an evaluator, and we're going to have an interface which we are going to code into it. So you're going to have business rule evaluator, and it's going to be an interface. Okay, and what is going to have, it's going to have two methods. It's going to have the, so I think it's going to be boolean, supports, and it's going to take is it going to take authorization context? No, it's going to take business rule. It's going to take the business rule. Yes, and that's what's going to take the business rule, and it's going to return a support. And you can also make it through an exception, maybe something check doesn't go out, but, and then we're going to have boolean evaluate, and basically it's going to take the authorization context, right, and then it's going to take the single business rule, right, and that's what it's going to take. And what I want to do here is now create a class called, okay, I'm going to now implement the different evaluators, right? And that's basically what we want to do. So we can implement the evaluator for subject, we can implement the evaluator for environment, and different kind of environments also, and resources. So let's implement that for subject, right? And so the evaluator for, excuse me, business rule evaluator, and we are going to implement the, so we're going to have subject evaluator, right? And this is going to implement business rule evaluator, and this is going to prompt us to implement the two methods, okay? And yes, so this is going to force us to implement the two methods, and for this we are simply going to return. So what this is going to ask us, so how are we going to check this? So we have a business rule, right? So we're going to check if, or we're going to return business rule dot get, is it action or attribute source dot equals to attribute source dot, now this is for subject, right? For subject, right? And that's basically what we're going to check. If that's the case, then that's going to return true, and then we are going to run the implementation here. But before we continue with the implementation, and we're going to do the same checks for all the different rules. We are going to come back to business rule engine, and then we're going to now import our evaluator. But before that, we're going to have require all as constructor, and we're going to have our public, private final business rule evaluator, and that's going to be our evaluator, right? And it's just complaining because oh, so the evaluator, so no bit of type found. There is, we're supposed to create a bin somewhere. Yeah, no, we'll create a bin somewhere. I just want to see where I put it, where I put a similar kind of bin in this. It's not in context. Intersector. Oh, intersector. What filter? Config, it should be in a config file somewhere. So it's a bit confusing, and I hate this part because Java is quite context. Should we have not context? No, it's not in context either. It's filter, code, what filter? No. Oh, I'll show you what I'm looking for, but that's interesting. I don't know where I kept that stuff. I know it's somewhere in not I know it's somewhere in security on API key basic JWT. No, okay, because what we did is the filter, right? And in the auth filter we had this authentication filter chain, but we have a bin somewhere we create. I saw that last video. I've just forgotten where I kept it. It's not the context. It should be like the config somewhere. Normally we actually application configuration. Again, one of the problems you should order your file is I always put this thing in application configuration, app config, but and basically in app config I just return the bins, create my different bins, interceptor. So filter context, it's not in context, it's not in filter. It's not in filter, it should not be in filter here. It's not in filter, it's not interceptor. That's rightfully so. These are all implementations. Right. So it's not in context, nowhere. This is auth user, no. Auth result, no. Those are stuff. Points, auth, JWT, JWT token, no. These are all implementation, basic security. So if it is not here, then it should be in config. But I just, there we go, it's in config. There we go. I know that it's in config, that it's been quite one of those. Yeah, and what I was trying to show here is that um, we return beans, we create beans, right, of the interfaces. How is it? You see, we have the authenticators, which is a list of authenticators, right? If you look at authenticator here, which is under security, auth, authenticator is an interface, okay, and it's been implemented by a whole lot of different kind of authenticator, like JWT authenticator, basic authenticators. They implement the interface, right? And we return. So what happens is when we do like something like this, we need to tell Spring that how do we initialize this list? Basically, go and get every file that implements this interface and then put them in this sort of list. So get all the implementations of that. And if you look at the authenticators, yeah, so auth filter, so new authenticators, blah, blah, blah. Hold on. Yeah. So public finalists or authenticators. Oh, so I am kind of, yeah, so let me see. I'm supposed to put like list here because most of them, yeah, so that was a problem. So what this tells Spring is that read the file class or the classes that you have already generated the names of, right? Go through and get all the implementers of all of these interface authenticators, and then you put them in the particular list, okay? And that will not change. And what Spring does is get all of the implementation classes and then put them in or in the order like that. And this allows us to now check for support within this. So essentially we can do if we can do now a for loop for the evaluator, right? So for business rule, so we'll go through each evaluator and we will see if so business rule. No, what am I doing here? That's not what I want to do. So business rule evaluator. So for evaluator, so put this as an S, evaluators, and we'll come to business rule evaluator. So for business rule, okay, so I thought it was a mistake, and this is going to be evaluators. Okay, so for each business rule evaluator as evaluators, right? What we're going to do is go through each and every one. Then we're going to say if that particular, so if you go to evaluator dot supports, right? And what are we passing here? We're passing through the business rule, right? And so we are passing the business rule, and which is interesting now because we have to go through a for loop again here. So I have like a for loop within a for loop, which is really. So for each business rule, we have to check if there is a supporting class to handle that particular processing. And so we have like a for loop here, right? So again, a for loop. Oh, sorry, for. So for business rule, in business rules, and so we have like a double for loop here. And the idea is that basically we want to evaluate each business rule, right? That's what we want to do. So we're going to go for each business rule, then we're going to find the class that supports it. Okay. And And so we're going to go for each business rule that support this particular business rule. Okay. And if it supports it, then we're going to continue. Okay. And just here below, hold on, let me see. Am I misunderstanding the continue? Continue kind of breaks the loop, right? And continues out of the loop. Okay, so let me check that. So Google internet connection problem. That's going to take a while because they're saying that continue here is not necessary. It's supposed to be very necessary. If it supports, then we want to continue. At least that's my idea. Or I create this particular loop. Maybe I'm misusing the continue a bit wrong. Again, we're going to try to get my internet a bit stable here and try to see if I'm understanding that continue well. So what does continue keyword does in two loops? What doesn't really matter the loop, whether it's for whatever loop. I'm not supposed to have this or let me see, if it doesn't have, then we continue. Then somewhere here, if it doesn't support, we simply just continue the loop, right? So it doesn't run the entire loop. But if it does support, right, then we can call then we can call business loop. Then we can call evaluator dot evaluate authorization context of business loop. Yeah, okay, I think this is the actual one, right? So maybe I was using it. So if it does not support the business rule, then we can continue. So I think it will not execute this the main function, right? It will just go to the next one. I think that's correct. Okay. I have no idea why this thing is taking time. The continue keyword in Java for a follow control skips the current iteration and immediately processes the next iteration of the loop. Okay, so that's true. Okay, so I think our current implementation now is correct because I was trying to use it another way. I was trying to say, okay, if it supports, then do something. But if it does not support, I want to continue. Okay. Then basically we just return this, right? So we return, because this returns a boolean itself, this evaluate. You see, it returns a boolean, so it's authorized, so evaluate this. this, right? But we are evaluating a bunch of rules. So what I want to actually do is put like a boolean is authorized to be for or to be true. Is it like false? To be true. No. You know what? Let me see. What I want to do is if this, if not, okay, then I want to return false, else return true, else. Right, so if it's not within this loop, then right here for the business rule, I want to return true. I hope that I got that correct. So let's go through it. So the idea is, okay, so we want to evaluate each business rule, right, based on the authorization context, okay. And here's what we want to do. So we go through for each business rule. So I'm going to put like a comment there. So for each business rule, right, we are going to get the, so we're going to get the supporting evaluator for it, okay, and then we're going to check if, so anyway, that's the same thing. So we're getting the supported evaluator each, right, for each, and then we're going to check if it's meet, or if it meets business rule, right? So if it does not meet business, we want to return. So in a list of business rules, we don't care to check all the rules, right? In a fail fast system, on first failure, we return, right? We want to check that, okay, if say the list of business rules demands that you have to do X at a particular time, and then the other ones, right, which we'll check later, will pass. But the first one, which indicates that you have to do something at a particular time, it fails. Want to fail the entire operation without checking the other ones, because regardless, it's going to fail either way. Okay, so we fail first, and that's why we're checking for we're negating the check here, right? We're checking for the false of this. So if it returns false, then we want to just return false to this particular function. Else, then what this will happen is that it's going to check if this is true, then that's okay. And so the problem is I don't want to continuously go through all of this, because this is going to go through the loop until it finds, when it finds the one, say is the first, it finds that it finishes that process in here, okay, it is going to continue. And so what I want to do, maybe like break it here immediately. So break the loop, okay. Because once it's gotten to this point, it has already found the supporting evaluator. It has performed the evaluation and it has seen that it is true, right? And we don't want to get the evaluation. We want to go to the next business rule. So we want to break this inner loop here. Okay, so we'll come for the next iteration here. So we'll get the next rule and then it continues like that. So I think so here we can say go to the next iteration, or go to the next business rule. Right, and that's what the break is for. So again, let me recap. We're checking each business rule against authorization context, and for each business rule, right, we go through for each bit. So we look through the business rule and we look for the supporting evaluator. And if you find the supporting evaluator, um, we check for if it supports. So if it supports, then we go to the next rule. But if it doesn't support, then we return immediately. And actually, this is the most efficient way of doing this, I think. Well, yeah, actually, not even that. I think this is the most efficient way of doing that. And again, just before we start implementing, we have done the business rule engine. And you know what? Since it takes, as you can see, it takes authorization context, which is basically a single one, and then the list of that, right? So, but again, what else like a target authorization context, right? So we build the subject on the when it's needed. We build the resource when it's needed. So we build it in its own evaluator before evaluating it, right? And that saves us processing before. That allows us to only conduct, to only do some processing when it's needed, and saves us a lot of time for systems that will fail. So we'll come back to the aspect. We want to now add the authorization to the business engine. So I have private final. So we have business engine, right? So that's the business engine, right? And so we are going to now, within this section, we're going to call business engine, and this is going to return boolean, okay? And as you can see, we're going to check. We can have like a variable itself is authorized. But again, we can just put it in a function rather than having a variable. So we're going to have business engine dot is authorized, and we're going to pass in the authorization context, which is the authorization context, which is built, and the list of business rules, and which is business rules. And right, just like that, we have our approach. And what we're going to do is, if it's not authorized, okay, if it's not authorized, we want to throw new forbidden rule, and that's all. Okay, and you see it is short, right? It's short. So we first of all check for the policies. If it has the policy, if it doesn't have the policy, there is no need to continue all of this processing. If it doesn't have the policy, immediately we throw an error and we cut the processing from there. If it has a policy, then now we check for business rules. Okay, we load the business rules as requested, and then we build the authorization context, as you can see, and then we check if the business rule engine. So we check if all the rules are if the action that needs to be performed meets business rules. Okay. And this is for the authorization. If it doesn't, we throw immediately. And this is a fail fast system. So if you fail here, we don't have to continue here. When we come, we fail, then we end it here. Yeah, so that's all. That's all for this. At least we have implemented this part. So if it's authorized, right, it's going to run and there will be no error, and that will be all. So we'll just continue the processing in the case that's authorized. If not, then it's going to fail. Also, we have already implemented this. This is good. Okay, and now we have the evaluator, which we are going to implement the subject. Now we have the subject evaluator, and we're using the attribute source to subject. And what we are doing here now is that we need to implement the evaluator, and so the evaluator based on the subject, and in this case, like I said, we are assuming that our subject is a user, right? So what is so if you look at our table, so I'm just going to remove the authorization context there. Actually, we might need that, but the business rule engine is already done, and the evaluator is also done. So require policy is done, config is done, authorization context builder, and we build that. auth filter, environment, we already have environment, user service, and user. So if you look at the help, look at the table, right? So when it's subject, we also want to check like the field. So most of the time it comes with the, so the field is going to be like the attribute or the subject, okay? So our subject here is the user, and what we want to do is that it has a department, okay? And I think we'll have to do like some kind of reflection. And if I look at it, well, we have to check if we have to get a value of that field within the subject. And so basically we have to get from the authorization context. Yeah. So it will be, I think it will be like get a class, then get the field by the field name, and then execute the class on the object. Let me see. So what I want to do is like Java reflection, because we don't want to program everything. Get a class, right? Which is going to be the class. No, not this. So going to be the class. Going to be not business rule, authorization context dot no, authorization context dot get subject dot get class, right? And it's going to be like the user, and we're going to get we're going to have like a field. I think we're going to find a field. No, we just want to have like a field. Get declared fields. No. Field with a string name, which is going to be the business rule. Sorry. So the name is going to be from the business rule dot get field, right? Because like I said, the field is come on. So if you look at the field, right, we have in the business we have a column name field, and the name there, the string that's put under there is the department, and it's going to reflect the field, right? And so we want to get the field name, right? So get field, add exception to method, unhandle exception general or such field. Yeah, we could have like a try and catch here. So what we can do, like try and catch. No, really, it doesn't really have to be like no such field exception. But for now, we can just have like normal exception, because there are going to be a bunch of exceptions that one might catch. And then we can have like a runtime exception error, that 500 error. Right? So what this can happen is that we have a field, we can get a field with the field name, okay. Well, let me see it. Will that work? I don't think that will do. Because what we want to do is simply get the field, basically get the value from this field, right? So we're able to get the field from that class, but it's a get method. Do we want to get the field or get the method? So the field itself is is it like a getter? me see something. Like this method. It's not going to be like a get class. Can I not be like get the getters and set? I don't want to set access to that. Well, actually, yeah, we have the field. Sorry, we do have the field, right? So, yeah, we have the field from that object. So we get the field. We just have to get the value. What am I even doing? So we should set access. So field the set accessible true. We set the accessible true, and then we can get like the string, which is going to be string field value, which is going to be the field dot get authorization context dot get subject. No, no. Okay, so this is the object from which we are getting the field from. That's what I wanted to check for, because your passing parameter is object from which the represented field value is to be extracted. So we want to get the field value from the object which we have built, right, which is the subject that we've passed through. And so we simply just get the value there, okay? And that's the department, right? So basically, it doesn't matter the field, we get it. And so we get the field, and now what we need, so what we've done is, why do I keep? What we have done is make the entire process of extracting, we've used Java reflection to extract the value of this field for this subject, right? We've used the Java reflection to get the value. And now we need to do an operator, we need to compare that with regard to this operator to this, right? To the value here. And then we get the result. And we need like a comparator, right? We can have like a comparator. We could do the same thing, but we're just going to keep this one simple, right? Not too. We're just going to keep it. I think a switch. Okay. So compare, comparator. I think that's the way you spell it. And this is going to have a public boolean compare, right? And it's going to take the object. Is it like? It's going to be like object 1 or object 2. Again, in this case, we're just going to, it could be like, this could be, because the value of that of department could be multiple things, right? It could be a couple of things. But in this case, we're assuming, again, we're implementing for subject alone, okay? So I think we're just assuming that the field here, or the field that will go here, will be all strings, all right? But normally they will not be strings, so you might want to use object and then use like a equals object to compare. But again, it kind of asks the question, the actual value, the value here that is being given, will also have to be like an object that will reflect that. And so it will be kind of the same, but for now we're just going to keep it simple. We're just going to keep it like a string, right? A string, so what's the thing like possible? This naming, the naming of, oh, I even forgot. I even have the compare stuff down here. The naming of this thing is, yeah. So the actual, the operator, and the expected. There we go. Yeah, so private boolean compare. Really, it's public boolean compare. Should we make it like static? Can make it like static, but let's just. There we go. Yeah. And for this case, right, again, it's just a switch statement. We just want to, we have like equal to. So I'm just going to copy that and not even stress about it. We already did that already. So we're going to have like a switch statement here. And so the EQ, which is what we are going to be using, at least, again, these are standards, right, you're going to define within your organization. Each organization is going to define the standards, right, and you're going to design your system based on those standards. And so based on operators that can be used, EQ can mean equal to, NQ not equal, NE not equal to, between means between a particular set of time, and so on and so forth. And so we can use the operator here, and we can also have like the between, okay. Let me look at that. Enhance switch, return switch operator, case, EQ, actual, yes, EQ. Oh, so they're using lambda expressions here. Yeah, that's good, that's cool. Don't switch an operator, then the case, EQ, then use the lambda expression. So then actual dot equals. Okay, that's cool. Comparator. I think I do want to. I actually do want to check the spelling of that. Or comparator. Okay, compare. So long spelling there for me. But that is fixed now. The only thing is that this is not being used. And we can just name that as a component. That component. Okay. And then we could use them in the evaluate, right? And again, we could have our components. This is our service. This is service evaluator. I have require acts constructor, and so that we can have our comparator there. We can have like a private final comparator. Okay, and then we could have, so we have the value here, right? So the comparator, so right here we're just going to return. Normally we'll return something. Actually I just want to have like a value here. What would I name this? Compare value. Compare equals to comparator.compare, and we're going to have the actual, which is now the actual value is going to come from our business rule dot get value, right? Because this is the actual value here, and this is, is it? No, okay, sorry. the actual value is going to come from our field, which is right. This is the actual value, what is actually present in our field. So it's going to be field value, and then so what do we have? Actual, the operator. The operator is going to come now from our business rule. Dot get operator, right? And then we're going to have the expected value. What is expected instead of, so what is expected from the actual value? So it's going to be business dot get, no, not get field, get value. Yeah. Okay. So you could extend the operator as you want. So maybe we have different kind of operators. We have equal to, between. We could come to the comparator to compare, right? Comparator, and then we have another like a case here. So case could be greater than, right? And right, we could also have less than, right? We could also have case greater than or equal to, and case less than or equal to. Okay, again case in, right? So there, oh, that's kind of wrong. So we can have like between. Actually, I would compare to, and the between can be a different thing, right? And however you want to compare it. So so you could design them however you want. I'm not exactly sure whether or not this particular code is correct here, but you get the idea, right? But again, these are strings, right? You don't, again, these are strings, right? You want to, in reality, you will probably have a situation where they are not strings, they are more like, they are objects, right? You want to use objects. And so the equal to, basically going to compare the object equals, and then the not equals to, same thing. Then the greater than is going to work for mostly numbers, okay? So again, you want to use that particular number and maybe convert it to, and then do the comparison. I think it's going to, so objects are kind of better there, right? Since all of them are themselves, they are strings. I don't know if maybe we should like objects. Okay. The operators can be strings, right? Then the expected could be like objects yourself compared to. Yeah. Again, it kind of breaks everything. But for now, let's just leave it for strings. So, but this greater than, less than are going to work mostly for numbers, right? So again, you want to implement in different ways. You probably have to write your own kind of code to be able to perform the compare operation based on the kind of value, the type of value passed here. So for now, we're just going to keep it as basic again. That's what we're going to do. We have the comparator here, and we're going to compare in the evaluator. And now that we have our compare, right, the compare is going to return like a boolean, and so this is going to check if it's true, if it's positive. Then what we want to do is, first of all, we have to set the accessibility back to false. So we have to have field dot set accessibility to false, to lock it again, to make it private again. Then we kind of return compare. Okay. So down here, we're not going to return anything. So what's happening here is that if here we can just return false. Okay, so if we throw an exception, we can return false, right? So yeah. So for example, we pass like a comparable an operator here that does not really exist. It's going to kind of throw an exception, an error, and then we're going to have an exception, and we can return false. And what you can do is before you return the false, you can basically log errors, right? So that you can later once maybe you have something that you've implemented on the site on the database, and maybe operator has not been implemented here. You're able to log the error, especially so that if people keep failing because of this, you can trace it back and using the error logs to this particular point, and you come to understand, okay, maybe the error is coming from the operator section, it's not been implemented well. So you kind of log that error here. Right? And that's just for the one, right? So you could also have like for region, and that's for resource, and that's what I wanted to actually check it out. And we can have resource evaluator and resource evaluator, right? And that's going to implement business rule evaluator. Again, same method, implement both methods. And same thing here, we are going to check, we're going to return. So the business rule dot get attribute source, right? Dot equals attribute source dot resource. Okay. So this is going to tell us if this is the resource, because this particular evaluator evaluates just for that for resource. And resource, you could have examples of things like check for field and region. But you should understand that our authorization context here has resource as in the form of its class. So you have to build the object from that, okay? Which also it's kind of interesting because we just have the class, but not the object itself. It's what I was trying to talk about right here. Okay, we just have the class, but not the object itself. So what we can do instead of the class in the authorization, because we can use a jump point to get a value. Right? So in this case, we're using a jump point in the term of delete, right? And it's going to take us so we want to get the resource. So what I want to actually do, as I explained yesterday right here now, is to refactor this code a little bit to get the authorization context. So we are going to go to authorization context builder. These are service security context. There we go. Authorization context. And here, okay, this is what we did here, but rather than this, I wanted to do like a generic, which is kind of difficult. It's really, really difficult. two different kind of aspects here. You want to only use the one, so that in this particular case, so authorization context builder require policy of target. So what is going to happen? Authorization context builder is that when it initializes authorization context, it should do that's not going to work. And that's the problem. You see, what I can do is that here, okay, let me show you what I'm kind of worried about is, you see here, because of how we implement, we know the class, however, we don't have the object itself of that class. And I was thinking that we can build the object within the implementation class. We have the subject implementation, which we have to implement. We have to compare it to which is the implementation class. So the resource evaluator, I'm thinking that we can build it in the resource evaluator, right? But our method, you know, we cannot force every other class to take something that they don't need, right? Because what I wanted to do here was to upgrade this. Is authorized to take or the resource object this is really we could, well, what we could actually do is extend, I think, for this particular patch, although it's not the best, we could extend the resource. We have the resource class, we could have like the private like things along resource ID, right? So ID of the resource object, right? So in this case, okay, we are not, so it doesn't affect all our previous implementations, right? And so in our authorization, in our context builder, we could have it take two things. Authorization context. Okay. So in our build, you could have it take the resource and the resource ID, right? So you could have like a long, no, not the resource ID, long resource ID. So it throws resource not found exception. So we could create that, obviously. We could create that. This is for an exceptions. We just create an exception class here. and in the implementation of the exception class, so we should import that immediately. And so it kind of throws like a user not found exception. We don't actually need to show that. Right? We just need to catch that. And what this can do is it doesn't throw anything. Okay, and we're not building the resource here. We need the ID because we're looking for the actor per se. But do we really need the ID? Do we really need to build that here? Yeah, since it's a builder, right, we could build that here too. So we could get the resource, right? What we can do is here. We also need the resource. So in order to get, so we need the resource repository to be able to get the resource using the ID. You understand? So in this case, the resource can be like it's a user, it can also be like a file, it could be whatever it is. And we have like the ID here. We have the resource class. Then how do we like get a repository? Or should we change it that you pass by the target repository? Technically, yeah, actually. No, because we need the resource to get the information. Let me see. So we have like a long ID. Okay. So we just have like the ID, which is what we can get. But the repository, however, how can we get a repository from the resource class? So we're going to have like something like a user class here. We could name that. We could rename that. I don't know, can we ask Spring to give us? Is it possible to ask Spring to give us its instance of a class using the class name passed as a string? Interesting. Oh, okay. So interesting. So we can get a repository using this method, I think. Right? We can. So it should be interesting. I know we're just mixing stuff up. It's fascinating to see how, you know, is it like a builder in this particular point? Let's just put in the builder, right? It's not really a builder, we're just getting the repository. And we could say resource repository loader. Oh, so it's a loader. Yeah, that's true. Resource repository loader, and it's going to be a component, and then we're going to have the application context here, which is going to be private author. So private application context, that's Spring Framework, and then we're going to have author that out, right? And then we're going to have public object. Should we? I don't know. Yeah, so private object. We'll need to, it's going to return an object, but we'll need to cast it to a particular type. Anyway, I'm going to try my best and I'm going to give it to GPT to look at that. So it's going to be object, public object get repository. Repository. Why is it underlined in red? Oh, so it's a repository, not repository. There we go. So it's going to be a string, repository name, and this is going to be that's correct. Hold on. So yeah, so I think it's only like a repository name, which is going to be like a string. It's going to have like a bin object, and we're definitely following some interesting naming convention. So right now, our repository names are not following. So we have ORM user repository, which is terribly wrong. So this is just user repository. We're going to rename that to user repository. Right. And for those of you who are looking at this for the first time, we did that because at the starting of the series, we had another repository which we coded ourselves just to demonstrate some concepts. So we just refactored that for a standard And now we have it meeting the required standard, and the repository name is going to be user repository. And so we do have the class.getName, and since we have the object, basically it's going to be maybe file, so it's going to be file repository, right? So what I think we can do here is on the repository loader is import. So of course we're going to have a component here for service. This is service, right? And we're going to have ask require as constructor, and we're going to have private final resource repository loader, which is we just have like repository loader. That's all it has to be, not more than that. So right now we can load the repository, right? Because we have the class type, so we can build the repository name. We can have like a var, or we have like string repo name equals to, so the authorization, so it will be the authorization context dot get resource dot get name, right? Then we are just going to concatenate it with repository, right? So it's going to be like a user repository or stuff like that. So you're going to be like, so it's going to get the name of the class itself, and then it's going to get a repository of that. And of course, if you're following naming convention, which in today's standard is no longer a suggestion, it's a requirement, because things like this can happen. So even if we have file, so we have like the model here, it's going to be like file, we're going to have file repository. So you see role, we have role repository. So it follows the same. So we have like business rule, we have business rule repository. So at the end, when we get the class business rule, we can have like business rule repository, allowing us to identify this repository perfectly. And so we can now get the object. But the problem here is it's just going to get like an object, since it's returning an object. And then this will probably be repository loader dot I don't know. Maybe we'll define all methods within a repository. I think it's like, so we might just get like methods, right? So we have like method. Right, you can have like, since it's an object, we have like a method, right? And we can have and now we are trying to find the field, right? Because what we've accomplished so far is being able to get the repository for the resource, right? And now we're trying to identify the field. So we have the resource, right? We can have the resource. We're trying to get the repository. So we're trying to get the object of that resource. So the object is what we're trying to get. So we have like the method. So trying to get the object, we are going to find by the ID, which is found in the authorization context, the resource ID. And so the method, so we're going to have like a method find by ID equal to, I think, resource repository dot get class dot get method. Method name will be find a parameter type. The name of the method, the list of parameters, and this is going to be authorization context dot get resource ID. I think that's wrong. Cannot resolve method get string get class. Wait, hold on. Kind of missing something here. Unhandled exception, no such method found. So so it's going to take the, so it's a long dot class, right? And yeah, so we're going to try to, again, it is what it is, so it's all going to be within the try catch. So you get a try, and you're going to have like a catch, exception E, turn false, and then of course you can log errors. And we're finding by ID, and it takes a class, so you get the method, and what we can do is find by ID dot, I think it's invoke, yes, and it has two objects. I think it will be candidates for method called by ID invoke are not even, not kind of understanding what's happening here. Invoke methods. There's no documentation. Oh, let me see. Okay, so is that one? The object that the underlying method is invoked from, which will be find by ID. Oh, well, no, that would be from the object here. And then the argument used in the method call. So this will be resource repository, and then the argument will be addition context dot get resource ID. Right. So this is the object from which we are invoking this find by method from, right? So I know something wrong. We're going to ask GPT for help here. But I think this is what it's supposed to do. And so we're going to invoke, so we're going to find by ID, we're going to invoke that. And this is going to return to us. It's going to return to us an object. So its var is going to be resource object, right? And this is going to be of type something, whatever this returns. Basically, I think this is going to be like that object. And then, I wonder if it extends. No. So it will be a class. Will it be? Hold on. So can we cast this by authorization context dot get resource dot get type, sorry, dot get resource. Is it like component type? No. The cast. Let me see, what does the cast method do? Cast an object to the class or interface represented by this class object. So t.cast object, the object to be cast. So yeah, kind of. So we can actually cast this. So you're going to return whatever that is and then cast it like that to that class. And so right now we know that our resource.class, the class object is of the class type resource. Okay. And now we can, so now at least at this level, we assume with our code that here we have the resource object from the DB, right? And we can now play around with it. So we've gotten the resource object from the DB. Now we can now look at a field, right? We can get, so we can look at a field, which is the case of region. We can have field to be equal to, so field resource field, so resource object of get class dot get declared field, and this will be coming from business rule dot get field. Okay. Returns a field object then we can have field value resource field dot get resource object. So get a value for the field. First of all, set the accessibility. So we can have resource field or set accessibility true, then we get the value from the field, right? So that's not false. So we set the accessibility of that true, then we get the value of the field. Okay. So fields value equals resource field dot get object. So this is the object from which, so this is it. Now I want to get the value from the field. And now we've gotten this and we've gotten this, right? So equal to, the operator is equal to, right? And of course we can use operator here. So these are two string objects, two strings. So we can have, so resource evaluator, have private final comparator, right? And now we have the field. Okay, we want to have bar compare equals to comparator dot compare. We have the field, which is field value. So that is the, so the first one is the actual, which is the field value. The business rule dot get operator, and then we have the expected, which is the business rule dot get value. Okay. Again, if you look at it, this is region equal to business rule dot get value, right? User delayed resource, and we have the region here, right, which is a field, or what's in the field, and then the operator, which is the equal to, and then the value, basically the value, right? So field value is an object, so we want to cast this to string, right? I want to cast this to string. So that's anyways that point, and we want to resource field dot set accessible false and false. Make sure that there is a compare. I don't know if that's required at this stage, and then we simply just have to return compare. Okay. And for now, I think that should be it. So I'm just going to put some quotes here, repo name. So generate repo name. Based source class provided, and then find resource repository based on name convention. So resource and then call the find by ID to get the resource to resource. Here we have the resource value from the DB. And cast it to the class type. So, and then here get the required field stated in business rule. So that's true. Get the value. So I think this logically makes sense, but of course it's never always as simple as it looks. Generate. So it's never always as simple as it looks. So what are we doing here? Authorization builder up. So we've not the aspects we are supposed to pass in the ID. So here we are going to put jump jp.getAx. And in this case, if we look at the ID in our service of whatever we're passing, do we even get ax by name? Do we get ax? Can we get ax by name? No, we can't. So we need to get exact argument. Except we can stream and then our match stream.match any match, right? So find by ID where the name is going to be. So we can do this just in case we want to use it in different methods and the ID is positioned differently. Because right now what I want to do is something basic, right? So the service here, right? Right, so it kind of get the argument, which is update request, right? And in this update requests, the ID is supposed to be there, right? So if we're passing through objects, it also depends in this case, right? So basically, like ID of like 0. Is that quite long? Check. Not really. Is it like 0 within it? Yeah, so we have like jp.getAx and we're getting I don't understand. So this itself, the getAx, right, it's an object, right? It returns a string of objects, and we want to get the first value. But it says it requires a type of long, but we're providing an object. Oh, okay. So this is I see. So we have an object dot. So what we'll do is rather we'll just create the object. So like object, yes. Well, just add. And in this case, we have like just the first one, right? But again, it's an update object, so we have like ax. Dot get class. If we get a class, right? So we can also have like class. Right, class class. And now that we have a class, we can get the ID from the class. So field ID field, basically get ID. Is it? I hope it does. I hope it is. But if we just check it a little bit, again, this is not for this scenario. We're just checking for, we're just coding for one scenario. So we don't have conventions in our system for now, at least. Because I think the update itself we use, when you look at the model, it uses ID, which is correct. But then if you look at the details itself, which is you're going to have the update request, it uses ID, which is an integer. So there's already a problem right there, right? So this is supposed to even be like a long, okay? And once you have a long there, I think that causes a problem all over the place. You get the point, right? So you get like the ID, right? You get a declared field and ID. You get a class, and then we can now set accessible. So we have ID field, we'll set accessible to be true, right? And then we can have the variable, so we can have like a long, right, of ID, and I will cast that to long, and I will pass the argument, which is an object. And then we can have the ID field just set accessible to be false again. And now we have our long ID, and we can simply just pass the resource ID here as ID. And that should take care of that error. But again, before you, I think so those of you who are working already, if you join, there are certain conventions you have to follow within the company, and those helps with implementations like this, because if everybody has to do their own thing, then it becomes really problematic developing solutions such as this. So for now, we pass in the request rule and then the ID, and so that will be the ID for the resource we're trying to tamper with or touch, right? So the target object, and that gets passed to our builder, and our builder now does not make a lot of noise. And we have the resource ID here in our builder, and our builder is not exactly using it. Which is interesting. What was I doing all that? So the repository loader, we're able to load our repository. Context builder. Resource environment. I don't understand. What was I doing all that while? Resource evaluator. Oh, so yeah, we're supposed to set the ID in the builder. So yeah, so in the class, we're going to have authorize. So authorization context dot set resource ID, which is resource ID. There we go. And that's what we're supposed to do there. And I think we have something final. Again, no, I want to. I want to be able to set it and make changes to it. So for now, just keep it like that. Environment builder. That's interesting. Also, we don't need it again because we already built the environment in our auth context. Remember, we did that in the last video, so it's not useful there. Yeah, so just that one. I think if we make this final, this set does not really. going to so that require to leave that there. So we've set the authorization context and the resource ID, and so in our evaluator we're doing all of this, right? And we also we have our update request which get the resource, at least for now, which is a user or whatever resource ID, and repository loader. So I'm going to quickly ask GPT about this. I'm going to launch a new chat. So do some implementation of business rule for this table, and I have some interesting situation. So I'm just going to copy like the business rule, and that's going to be so. So in this case, for this particular case, we're just going to give it. I am building I am implementing for resource section attribute, and I approach those primitive has some tricky. I want to check if it is okay. So the first thing I'm just going to upload here is my aspect. So no, it's not the aspect. So right now we are kind of in the context builder. That's not what we're doing. Evaluator. Right, so we are much worried about the evaluator. Is there any other thing again? I think that's all. And maybe I might just give it my authorization context for, you know, just for knowledge sake. Again, you're not supposed to be doing all of this. but business rule just for them to have. Most likely you should just copy stuff, just basic stuff. Yeah, I knew that there would be maintainability and safety performance current design. First credit is you separated who storage business context authorization evaluation is evaluator equal resolution. Yeah, it's good strategy pattern implicitly. Yeah, yes, that's correct. Yeah. Rule driven security policy, you're building something closer to PBAC. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Main problem, yeah, heavy use of reflection. Yeah, and I really don't like it, but it's what we have to do. You're using reflection in four places. Get method invoke, get slow reflection. Yes, I know that. Big, yeah, rename file crash. Yeah, that's true. No compile time safety handbook. Yeah, repository loop up by string fragile. Yeah, find by usage is wrong. Spring data usually return optional T. Oh, so yeah, that's true. But you assume find by long class object. This will break, correct? So but we're close. We're close. We're close. Find by. Where is it? Find by wrong. Unless I'm understanding that. Find by ID longer class. You know the correct signature. So this may will be. Yeah. Again, like I pointed this out, that the value can be something else. Again, this is just situational for our implementation. You're supposed to use like objects, stuff there, caching exception and returning false. This hide box, if something breaks, authorization silently fail. Again, I talked about logging. I don't know if you saw that log errors. Yes. Um, yeah, and you could include the different exceptions there that you're catching. DB hit on every rule evaluation. Every evaluation. Load resource from DB. Check field. Oh yeah. Oh, that's true. So we are supposed to load the resource just one time. That's true. Again, this is for optimization purposes, which is something you should have. I would definitely have looked at. But from what it's saying is that for every time we have to load the resource, for every rule base, we have to load the resource, right? So I think the check we could do. Again, is to move, it would be like to move this within the authorization aspect or some kind of a Yes, so we could remove all of that and put it in its own class, a resource loader, and then change the authorization context to get the resource itself, the object of the resource itself. That way we don't have to load it every time. And so when we pass the class, we just call the resource loader that does all of this computation and then get the object and loads it in the resource class. And my problem here has been the, like, again, you're not going to know the resource type, okay? That's the thing. So is it like using primitive? Because class is going to take the resource of the class, but it's not going to take the object. Architecture folder. Right now, authorization depends on database reflection plus naming convention. That's too many moving parts. Yeah, I get that idea. So, but what it has not pointed out, apart from the so so that's actually really good. That's really good. And yeah, and I think I spoke about this. Yeah, I spoke about this at the beginning. If you check, if you scroll back, you hear me tell you that you probably the best way to go about this would be implementing not even an interface. Yeah, kind of like an interface. No, my own was to extend a parent class, but in this case, they say implement an interface, right? Get attribute with a string name, and this is actually cool. So this allows us to simply just get the attribute, right? String switch name and then case region and stuff like that. And so you're going to implement this for all your resources. And yeah, this is good. This is actually really good. And so we can simply just take the secure resource, class resource, and then pass resource object in context, no ID, not ID instead. So yeah. So we can remove the ID and then pass the resource context and the class resource. Do this. So instead of this, right, we simply just pass the resource. So we get the object itself, which is what I wanted to do. I never knew how. This is actually really good. Right. Then simplify the evaluator. Of course, we're just comparing directly, right? Because we don't need now the repository to get the resource. Actually, we already got in the resource. Source resource dot get resource object value dot resource dot get attribute dot get field. No, yeah. So that's cleaner. Fix comparator to be type aware. Like I told you about this object, but even this is supposed to be kind of like an object. Well, in this case, like a string. But again, type awareness. Exceptions. Of course, you see it's logging the exception and then it's throwing the different kind of exception that's there. Yeah. But what it has not pointed out, apart from this assumption and the forecasting, it's not pointed out that our system will break, right? So it's kind of correct. It's just that it's dependent on very thin lines. Okay. Again, not bad. There's a good way of going about it. I do like the approach of using the interface of resource here. Actually, so it can implement the interface and then override the method, and then we have the attributes themselves. And so we can get the resource and then we just get the attributes. That's brilliant, actually. So we're saying Spring data usually returns as optional, but you assume find by ID long class. So supposed to be optional entity. I think it is so find by ID long class, and get the method, find by ID. I think that will break there. So we have the find. No, there's because it normally it actually has like the dot get. And yeah, so this line here will not work for us. This line will break. So that was really good. We already used like 2 hours, and again, I don't want to really edit this video. I just want to see to make sure that you understand the mistakes we are doing. But how we are going to fix this one is essentially we're casting it to the resource type class. Okay, and we're assuming that this is going to return an object, but this returns an optional of an object. Okay, that returns an optional of an object, and that returns an optional of an object. So we have to do the dot get or else true, right? So we can copy that and have like a object, right? So we have like an optional, an optional of an object, right? And that's going to be resource optional. There we go. Oh, so the object itself is going to be an optional, right, of something. At least that's what it's saying. Okay, so it's going to return an object which is an optional of, which in this case is going to be the identity will be optional of an entity, right? And essentially, probably want to cast, or we don't have to cast that again. We will just do the get. Kind of like if object.get class. No, we're getting. Yeah, it gets complicated. It gets complicated from here. casting. We're not casting anything because it's already an optional, right? It's already an optional class, and we don't want to do anything. We just want to do resource. So it will be like resource object. We may want to take this, right? Resource object will be equal to. We're not casting it again. It's already an optional, okay? Which means it has some kind of something. It has a information inside, and we want to do resource optional dot get. Want to cast this now to all of this. It will be resource option. Authorization content will get resource. How do you create like the object? Get declared class. Declared constructor. No, it doesn't work. That's really not good. Because now I have to do var in here, which is not the best way of doing that thing. Then all of these will have to go in here. Else. Right. And also just declare false. This is hanging by the thread. This is hanging by the thread. But I think I just wanted to see how that will work. But the problem, the source of the issue came very early on, which is from our authorization context. And thank God with GPT, with a new way, I'll simply just extend, I'll just create a source, right, interface, like it's suggested right here, secure source, right, and then we're just going to get like the attributes, okay, and that's what we're just going to do, and then we can manipulate it using reflection later. Again, reflection is very slow, and that allows us to set, and that will allow us to do the setting right here, just single the target of the attribute once, and then we use it in the implementation. So for now, I'm going to end this video here. right? Although it's been quite a waste of time, at least you're seeing me do a little bit of Java reflection. Um, if I run it, I think it's going to run, just that if I try to send in inputs, it's going to break. Right? Yeah. If I try to send in inputs, that's going to break. Okay, that's not bad. We're going to check out, I'm going to update it in the next video, and we're going to see how that gets to work, right? And the idea for today, I thought I would be able to do this today. I wanted to just do these two implementations, right? And then set in the table in the database, and then I'll try to do the delete user stuff, or implement the delete endpoint and then try to do the delete user stuff for you to see how the thing restricts using access aspect oriented programming and annotations. So, but it's not going to work today. I've not even looked at. Let's go to user service, right? The user service, and this is all. So we're updating user, right? And right, so that's the update user. What again do we get to? Require user update, user delete. We're just simply going to ignore that. Right, setting policy. We're going to put that one. And I'm going to have a direct attachment of user update policy to the DB. Right, so right here, user policies, I want to have direct attachment, but also want to have users. Right, I also want to have users and ID of 1. So user policy. So insert policies. User ID. No, user ID is equal to generate user ID. Policies. Values. I just want to put a single value of 1 and user update. Yeah. So if I try to build that, yeah, so that's affected. So we're just going to select that and so on. So there we go, user update. So the user 1 has an update policy, right? And given it the update policy, we also want to insert business rules. I don't know if business rule, let's try to. Yeah, so business rule, right? We also want to do an insert into business. Right, we want to do we want to do ID auto generated. We want to do action. Attribute source enable field operator a kind of value. Okay. So values. Okay. 1, 2. So each value is going to be, it's going to reflect the table that we want to do. So the first thing you have to understand is that the action is going to be user update instead of user delete. And so action is going to be user update. Right. Attribute source is going to be, let's say, subject. Right, so let's say subject. Right. Enabled is true field should be the ID. You want to make sure the ID is the same. So that's going to be a string. So the ID operator should be equal to, and value should be same. Right. So kind of we do not implement this well. Because when I say it's saying that we have to compare it against the subject's own value. So let's say resource, the value is supposed to be same, or let me put it that or let's just put that the value is equals to 1, right? So value is equals to an integer which is 1, okay, to just for example's sake. And rather than values, I'm just going to put value here. Right, I'm going to try and run that. I don't know if that ran or that did not run. Insert into business rule. Action, what is it saying? Oh, the value, it's I think the value is a string. Ouch. The value is a string. Yeah. So which field can we use in the subject area? Let's just say an ID. Let's say email. should be like John Doe at gmail.com. So if you go to user, johndoe@gmail.com, that's another email. So business rule, johndoe@gmail.com. So if we try to enter that, update user, what's it saying? Integer value, attribute source, action. Let's look at business rule. Maybe I did not put, oh crap. I see. So what is happening is that the attribute source here is what we are supposed to do is add enumerated to string here. And is there any other thing? Action system policy add enumerated to string. There we go. So that it takes a string value of that, and that should update the table for us so that we can perform that. Yeah, so in this case, if I try that again, I hope that should work now. No, it doesn't. Should refresh that. On the same error, check constraint business rule check 2 is violated. Instead of business rule code check is violated. Instead into business rule, action, attribute source, so what's the check that's been so we have identity type, which is long, it's auto-generated, attribute source, string, field, operator, string, value, string, enabled boolean. Okay, so we have boolean, attribute source, which is subject, user update, field, operator, value. Enabled field, error code, check constraint, business rule check 2 is violated. So what's a check 2? What's the constraint? What's the constraint that I put here? It doesn't make sense, right? So, kind of, I don't know, maybe just going to get help from GPT here. I'm just tired, right? I don't understand it. That's why. So I don't know if maybe just copying that like that. Yeah, there we go. It works. And that's the SQL. Let me put the SQL that I'm trying to put there. Maybe I am not seeing. I'm not getting anything. What are you talking about? I think both of them are in my enum definition. I know that as actually source, subject, system policy, user update. Doesn't make sense, right? User update. Yeah, it's there. That's it. User update. Subject. We have admin, blah blah blah. Why is this just user create, user read, user update? There we go. And we also have subject there. Environment, resource, subject. So what's the problem? Because clearly I don't have those. Right, so user update. I see. So what I'll do is drop this table. So just drop the table. And then we start the application again. Because I think the first time when we ran it without the enumerated rights to string, it forces the Hibernate to check but for ordinals, like the number, which is what then we later changed it, and then SQL changed, but Hibernate still maintained it. So I think if we are correct, then we should be able to run this now, and that should go. Yeah, there we go. So if we go to business rule, it's updated perfectly. Yeah. So it was a problem with updating it, and then so we had to drop it first, then before we updated it. So we now have a business rule and a policy attached to a user. So what can I do? I don't know. Maybe a postman. I don't know. Let me see. I wanted to check for. So yeah, we have very slow internet today, so it's a bit of a problem. But what I wanted to do was check the login endpoint that was created so that I can generate a token and I can send an update request on a user. So okay. Or can I actually have like the username? Anyway, the update request is on the user. Yeah, so network is killing me. I wanted to try to run it with our current implementation just to see how it behaves. I think it will fail, but you never know, it might actually just pass. Because the implementation is okay, but what I'm thinking theoretically, conceptually, is that when we send the request with the JWT token, we're going to build the auth context, and then when we try to, when it gets to the update section here in the user service, the aspect-oriented program is going to intercept this, and we're going to come here. We already saw how this is being intercepted in earlier videos, and then we're going to run all of these policies here, right? And then we're going to get the object, get the ID, and stuff like that. And then we're going to generate the authorization context, and then we're going to pass in the authorization, which is going to be just a single rule checking based on subject, which we have already defined. Where is it? So it should be under service and evaluators, subject evaluator, right? And this is what we've already defined in our subject. I just wanted to show you that. And then I think the resource is going to, we're going to have to update the resource, but yeah, so connection is just very bad today. Then again, even though we are unable to check right now, we eventually will check it, right? And I hope that we're going to check both for the resource and the environment and the subject, and see how we have business rules that are being implemented. Okay, so that's basically what I wanted to do. But again, it's really really hard doing it in Cameroon because of internet. I'm using Camtel, by the way. It's not really good. MTN on the other hand, if I just connect my MTN now, in the next 5 minutes I'll be down about 4 to 5 gigabytes. I don't even ask me how, because so kind of try to avoid all of that. I don't know have put to that. I'm not using unlimited, so I don't know. Let me try to open this again. Postman. Right, at least kind of opened now. There is some network passing. So it is the update. Then what we can do is let me see the post data. John Doe, gmail.com, John Doe 6. Anyway, yeah, I wanted to have users. John Doe, the emails are the same, but we're getting based on username. So the username is also the same. Not the best, yeah. So let's get users. Let me see. So the ID is 1, my password 1, 2, 3, 4. Do I have a login endpoint? Do I? I just hope that we've created one, because I don't want to be signing up. Where's my controller? Yeah, we do have a login user. Dixon, a couple of users, and it validates. So it's going to take in the username and password. I'm guessing the login user, username and password, and that's going to be /user. So we're going to attempt to create login here. Is this a post? As you can see, I'm suffering from severe internet network problem. So this is not going to be easy at all. Let me see the implementation of the login itself. Login with ORM. It does build the GWT tokens. Yes, okay, so I'm not going to worry about that much. If only I could just get my internet working again. Just maybe we can make some progress. Given the current situation, that doesn't seem like a possibility. I think that for a country like this, they should have done something better with the network. Like, here we are, still struggling. So that's new requests that we created. Right, so we'll just come on. We have this post request, and we're going to have localhost, and we're going to have login. Alright, so that's public. I hope that's still public. I don't even know what to authorization. Our auth interceptor is going to check for barrier to whether or not they are set. Oh yeah, that's true. Okay, so that's again, and we're going to have body, which is going to be and we're going to have username John Doe and password 1234. I think that's a string itself. And then that's a post. Is there any other thing? No, let's check that out. If query did not return a unique result, yeah. So John Doe appears 2 times, so we need to delete one of them. For username, I had a couple of John Does here, so we want to delete this John Doe. This one too. So I'm going to delete this one, and this one, right? Also want to delete this one. Want to work with John Doe 10, and basically we have to drop delete rows, apply them, right, finish, and then we try the request again. This time around we get a JWT token, it's the access token, and now we can try our update method, which requires us to use a JWT access token, barrier token, and our body is going to have ID1, first name. We want to change ID1 to Samuel, and last name to local. Again, we want to try that. We have 500 maintenance LIF. That is cannot convert existing claim of type class JWT util array list to desired type interface.set, or JWT only converts simply string, date, long, integer, short, and byte types automatically. Anything more complex is expected to be already converted to desired type by JSON. Also, I see so in our claims, we come to our JWT, right? If you look at our provider, what we do is we're passing a set of policies and a set of roles, right? But the thing is that our parsers will only convert, according to JWT, it says cannot convert the value of type class java.util.arraylist to desired type set, right? So when we send it, what happens is that kind of thinks that what we are sending is an array list, right? And so our while we are trying to convert it back to a set, so we should have tried to convert it to we should have, so right here, where is it? In our implementation, this should be some kind of a list, array list. I don't like this. So yeah, so now provider, this is what we're passing, and we're claim user set JWT builder, I'm tired. I'm so tired. So we have to take, where's the audio zone? So technically we have to put all of this to a list, right? It is a list of rows, right? A list of, and there's going to be quite the noise that our application is going to make, because the implementations here are going to be broken very well. It's going to be a lot of complaints in application. I will have to start fixing that again. And yep, so we have a list, copy of, so kind of like, it's like a list of the, oh, so I think the copy of will go, right? So same thing here. There's another, a couple of other places that it's going to complain for. So I just want to do that here. I am so pissed. Come on. Jesus Christ. I hope that fixes the error. I really do hope that fixes it, because oh, I am also, oh shit, it's not going to fix the error. I know why. It wasn't even about a set thing. It's, we're passing, I think it's about a role, right? We're passing complex rule, which is a complex object, and yeah, so I think I do know why. So it's not even about the set. The set has no issue here. And actually, it's not even take a good look at it. If you look at that, cannot convert value type array list to desired type array onto util.set to JWT converts. Java util.set. Where is this? Token parser, auth filter, weight limiter, no, authenticator. It is a token parser 88. But get row, oh, okay. List class, there we go. Don't get. So it is a list of rows, and JWT details. We get list, and we have the list here, and the JWT details. So also going to take a list. Let's look at that. Is it going to complain somewhere else? Whatever it is that it complains, we'll fix that. At least I should get in the next error, I should get like an expiration or something. So this is set is complex apparently. So if I will enter my error, code is null. Collection is empty because collection is null. Where is this happening? Not filter. Weight limiter. That is weird. Service or several dispatcher context but through exception. In context with path through exception. So head of service for several dispatcher several. Cannot invoke Java. That's interesting. That is very interesting. I have no idea what that it's saying. Yeah. Is the copy off? Yeah, so it's well, why do we need the I was talking about it is needs to auth user. Yeah, so it's like 3 hours already that I've been here. I'm just gonna attempt to send that again. Yeah, so I think now we have token expiration. So what I would do is use the refresh token and see what happens. Unauthorized, you do not have permission to perform this action. So I will get this one and I will use the refresh token here. I think what we're facing there is most likely, at least for the time being, most likely token expiration, because I think I caught and I handled that. So if you try that again, okay, so for bidding, which in this case I'm going to try to see, I'm going to run this in debug mode, okay, and essentially I'm going to see where this breaks, okay. I want to check if it gets to the method section, so I'm just going to get to the aspect ratio. Right, that is the The aspect, I don't know what I'm saying, aspect ratio. Where is it? Authorization aspect. There we go. I'm just going to put a breakpoint somewhere up here. And I'm going to attempt the request again to see if it reaches there, then it's probably much lower. So it doesn't even get there. Okay, it doesn't really get there. So right here, it's saying you're authorized to access this. So I'm guessing it's a filter. It's a filter. Right, so let's get to the filter level. Because it's not picking up here, right? If you also look at the controller, right, you also realize that it's not also hitting the update, right? So if we get it, if you hit it there, okay, and we try to send a request, yeah, so it's not even getting that, so it's right below, just right below in the filter section, and that will be filter. This will be filter, authentication filter. What's the message say? You do not have permission to perform this action. Huh. You do not have permission to perform this action. Well, that is not what I'm sending. I'm trying to look for. So it's not here. So so let's look at our exceptions, okay? Let's look at our exceptions and no such rule read file. So it is probably going to be in the forbidden. So let's look at global exception handler. No, so it's not going to be anywhere there either. It's going to be in an implementation somewhere. So we're going to try to look at what filter. The filter, it's not there. It's not here. So it's going to call authenticator, which is JWT authenticator. Yeah, so let's look at authenticators, which is JWT. In this case, let's look at that. Let's look at parser. So it's not here. So let's look at the filter and let's put a breakpoint on the filter. And let's make sure that it passes. Let's say, if it hits this, right, then it definitely passes, is authenticated. So let's try that. Yeah, so it's authenticated, and right, so that's good. So the only thing I would think is probably the interceptor. The interceptor, which will be the authentication interceptor, or path interceptor, or whatever, it will be in the interceptor level. Right now. So file upload with limiting. So let's go to interceptor configurations. So public version 1 update. Update path interceptor. Again, we're going to get update path interceptor. Yeah, you do not have permission to perform this action. And what are we checking for? Also, we commented this out, so I think that's the problem. Has role admin, has role user, passing a string. So in the update path, I don't really want to check for has role. So I just want to check if equals to put, right? For now, we're just going to keep it simple because I've not yet done the has role thing. So I just want to, if it's a put request, then I'll just return true. And this is going to allow us, perform that action. So the auth filter, we're going to remove this right here. So add the interceptor config and the update path. So if we try to run that, now we are hitting the controller, as you can see. So we're going to remove that, and now we're also going to hit the access. There we go. And we should see if we have an error. We're going to have so invoke java.list contains object because this.policy is null. Yeah, so not the terminal. Where is it? Where is it? Console. Cannot invoke java.list.contains object because this.policy is null. Policies, this.policies. But that's interesting. I thought I set policies already. Oh yeah, I've not set. Okay, I see. So in the user and user policies, I need to set. Actually, I did set policy. User ID, user policies. That's weird. I did set policies. So if you come to the authenticator, we have a user that has policy in the auth result. So we get the user from users. If we are logging in, our creating. So I think the problem itself will probably start from the JWT and the provider, and JWT details. So you don't need that copy there. I don't think we do need that. Right. We don't need that too, because they're all lists, right? And what we add the new user details, roles, JWT user. and that comes from the user. So this is going to be generate token. That's going to be the auth user. And I'm going to generate the access token, the refresh token. So user don't get row, user don't get policies. So there are actually, it's correct, okay, but what's happening here is that when we call list.contains, which has row, I think in the aspect section here, right? It has policy, right? This is our implementation of has policy. You can see we're checking policies.contain policy. The problem is that at that level, okay, policies, right? Policies is null. That's what it's stating here. And it's saying that our user ID dot policies is null. Which I don't think should be the case. So I'm going to try to re-log in and see if that changes. Okay, so I'm going to try to do. So policies is null. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go and I say decrypt JWT token. I want to see what's happening in our token. What's happening here? Valid signature. So let me serialize source YAML, and that's the JWT secret. Right? Signature verification failed. But that's the signature I used to sign. What are you talking about? Yeah, that's a signature. That's a secret. So I cannot even verify the token itself. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, this is going to be a hard one. I just want to see. Oh, yeah. So you see that, right? John Doe social app, that's basically our signature, and you see that we don't have the policies. We have roles, but we have roles, but no policies, right? And that's interesting because you think that we set it in the provider, right? So the provider think that we set the claims, right? We have roles, but we don't have policies, which is interesting. Very, very interesting. Right. For now, I don't know if we just move the rows again. So there's a problem. We're adding a claim. This is a generate token, and we're adding a claim which is policies. User will get policies. Okay. Return to list. And I have no idea right now why it's behaving like that. So the ID John Doe is the same, it's correct. But as you can see, we're having some issues. So again, same thing. The roles are not. It doesn't have roles, that's for sure, but it should have policies. So I'm going to do something here. I'm going to try to see if it's just that the. So what I'll do is I'll just mix this up. I'll put the policies first before the roles and see what happens. Okay, and generate it that way. I have a feeling that after that, additional claims are not being put. So just going to copy that there, and I'm going to again rows, not so cool. So I was copying the old one. Oh. So, except I am making a very terrible mistake somewhere, I have no idea what's happening here. Because the JWT, I think this is where you generate the token, right? You get the issuer, you get the policies, you get the rules. Not exactly sure why we don't have policies here. So what I want to do is let's just try to what the auth user. So why is policy no? Definitely John Doe has a policy associated with ID. Value 1, John Doe 2, stuff like that. So except that the database, except that even entering manually, because user ID is one there, right? And then the policies is yeah, we have one here. User update. And that works perfectly. So you have user policy, that's direct policy binding. However, the object here, once you've gotten the user, is supposed to come with the policy. I definitely think when I was, if you go to the model, come to the user, you come to the policy, fetch is eager, right? So fetch type is eager. So when you fetch with the user policy. Oh, it's a set. Right, so I would, maybe it's just that I have to pass through the application itself. I don't think it's supposed to be that hard, right? Because the user ID is one, the update policy, user update, that's one too, right? And that's all you need to have to be able to fetch the policies. It's a set of policies. And so I'm going to check the user user service, and the login basically gets the so DB user here. So I want to get the DB user. Yes, policies. There we go. You see, it gets the policy. So I'm thinking something else here, right? So we failed to bind dot policies. this copy of set policies. There we go. So that's why. Because I'm now wondering that I definitely said so. I did not do that efficiently enough. I think it's going to be the same thing in the register, right? Yeah. No, we actually did that well in the register. And if we now try to send, okay, and that should work very well. And the JWT token is longer now, as you can see. Okay. And so if we try to decode that, we should see our, there we go. And now we can, try to send our date request. Right, our update request. Become a new JWT token, and then we send that. Authorization required need role admin, and I think that's the intercept of basically. That should not be the aspect, right? That's not the aspect. Oh, that's the aspect. Updates, authorization requirements, role admin. So it's checking. So let's check that again. So let's okay. This update. So kind of have the class has policies, user update, right? And this one though have policies user update. So the has policy has to actually have to come out through. So it backs out here. So you see if it does not have policies. So let's check our has policy implementation. And it says if policies, system policy, you're going to check policy for system policy. So if policies, it doesn't contain policy, which is it's supposed to pass. Right? Because I'm basically taking the policy, and for each of them, I'm saying if this list does not contain that one, but auth user does have. So that is weird. That is that's not supposed to be working like that. We have all of this one that will working update path. Go filter with meeting JWT token. If we fix that, resource loader fix that. Authorization context, business rule, Emmanuel, JWT token provider, user controller fix that. User Java, subject evaluator attribute resource system policy. see. And the aspect is asking the question here. So if you try that again, so with the flag, try that again. Auth, and this is the object auth result or auth user. Auth user has, and then policies, it has the list which is update user, right? As you can see, right? User update. And then you have the auth result authentication through user update. Oh, this is user update. So we have the auth result here, which is user update. Okay, and we have the policies, which is the this is require policies, right? Annotation, it has user update. So there is an issue somewhere. As you can see, policies has user update, but yet we're still facing that it's saying that this is not found. Right, so it's saying that this is not found, which is weird. It's supposed to be saying that that is found, and then come to the next section. If this does not have policy, because we check the auth user, it has policy, it gets an array of system policies, and then it says for each system policy dot system policy, which is for each of them, you get the policy. It's going to take these policies, which is a list, and it's going to run the dot contains policy. If it does not contain the policy, if this comes out false, we want to return false. So what I would check here, I will simply just system.out. Right. Policy. essentially, I want to also find out how many times that run, because I'm having a feeling like it's running more times than it's supposed to be running. I guess we'll find out. Because everything being equal, that should run. So, okay, and so you do see what's happening, right? We have the object policies which are printing the same. So kind of is the object policy is print. I don't have the system policy, but it does print one time at least. That's for sure. And maybe I'm missing something. So we have the system policy is an array, and then the object policy are to string. Right. Let's just say policy, system policy. Alright, so I'm going to try that again. Yeah, this is just mostly debugging. I'm not really sure if I'm going to put all of this inside, but well, it's going to remove all of that. It's going to look at console. So update and then system policy dot update. I think maybe the I don't know. It's still failing. It's not supposed to be failing because the logic is saying that okay, for all system, for all these are object policies, right? These are the list of system policies, right? And it's saying that for all of them, right? For each of these system policies which are being passed, you're going to check if you check in these policies and it does not contain the current policy that's been in the loop here, what do? You return false, right? But I think that Ask GPT, I see my has policies keep failing even though I send so kind of I think it's the comparing type that's the problem here. And maybe I'm probably wrong, but I think it's that when we are comparing the enum types, they are different. And I don't know if we're supposed to have like a to string, then compare it like that. I don't know. I really don't know, but I'm just going to try. So just going to copy that here. So want to pass in the aspect, or at least this method, right, from the implementation. Let me see what it thinks, at least. Oh, yes, okay. That's what I'm saying. Like, they're not the same thing at one time, right? So we'll probably compare the string, right? The string version of them. Yeah, so because one is from the data, from the system, from the user. Yeah, so things from it. No, no, that's not it. That's not it. No, that's not it. No, I think still getting it wrong. I'm doing the same thing. It's they're all getting the system policies from the same class, right? Let's see. Let's try the debug option that it gave. System policy dot get that, and just for debug sake, um, so we should have policy class. This policy dot policies. Right, and then we are going to have the incoming policy. And then we're going to have I think policies dot get. I'm just going to get the first value there, dot get class, right? Kind of the same thing. Since right now it's just one policy that's there. And I'm going to try the request again. How am I getting one? Authorize. So At this point, I'm just confused. I'm not even seeing the. I'm not even seeing the output. They're not even there. They're not even there anymore. I mean, come on. At what point do this particular person stop playing with me and just give me what I want? I'm not even seeing the output is not even there. Or maybe the time that already expired. Yeah, maybe it's just a time. And why is it even giving me one unauthorized? So I'll use something. This one that is longer. This one lasts for longer. The refresh token, and I will update. Index one out of bound. Oh, okay. So yes. Sorry. Get the first object is 0. So we're just going to class. So what this incoming policy dot user service dot enum dot policy, right? And then this says class string cannot be cast to class social. What is it saying here? It's going to be like a list of class. Yeah. So it's going to, we should have like one should give us user array list. No. No. But how is this a string? You get 0, right? Dot get class. Right. So I think this tells us a lot. Okay. I think that when we get from the database, it comes here in the form of a string. And maybe it's not because it's not registered like that. And that's why we have the issue. Right? Because if you look at the error here, it says we are so cannot be cast. So the string class cannot be cast to service policy class. So Java string is in module Java base loader bootstrap. This is in unnamed module of loader app. Right? So we kind of have something like that. So I think what if I am correct, this is the get. When we do the get, right, these are basically, it comes as in the form of strings. Okay. show that to GPT. Alright, so so and then of course this one is going to show obviously, and we are going to have something like this. So yeah, so that's what it's saying. So, and that's because I think we're getting it from it. So what we're supposed to do is convert that to this. So this is enum, this is not an enum. Okay, so we're supposed to convert the string version. I think it will be dot string or string dot copy of. I don't know if it's a string. So we'll see what happens here. Oh, why? Oh, let me see. Right, so where with this, where are we going to do our conversion? That's not going to work. Where are we going to do our own conversion? We're supposed to convert something here. And at this level, authorization aspect, we're building our auth result from our auth context. Now, auth context, so basically, when we are building our JWT, which is in the provider, yeah, so it is in the JWT, properties, provider, suppressor, extract user, set policy, list of system policy, get claims dot set policy. What is it saying? But this is what we do, right? So if I am correct, so if I do value of, oh, I hate when they do this thing. I really do. I really hate when they do this. And technically for the rule, we're just going to use like let me see, system policy, claims of get policy, list of policy. What are we trying to do here? Oh, so we are supposed to build the depth of row. I see what's happening here, but for now I'm just going to keep the row to the row, right? I don't want to do anything a bit crazy here, and I'm just going to comment this out like this, right? So we are having some problems. JWT request row. Just the rules. Okay. I just want to make sure that this comments out. For the rows, the value of, like, there's supposed to be some depth in the row since it's a class. It's not like so the value of becomes a little bit complicated. Let's see. Still the same problem. It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. Because you're extracting the user, from the token, you have a token, you're extracting the user. Doesn't make sense. At the end of the day, so I'm going to try to see what happens here. Just to make sure that those are still working. And I think I'm just going to convert each to string. can tell what's happening. GPT's solution is not working, and at this point I don't know why it's making, and truly though I don't know. Because it's mapped the policy here. They have extracted the token, and this will be in the filtered authenticator, which we're going to yeah, this is taking long. It's taking hours longer than I expected it to take hours, just because of some bug. And essentially we get that's the parser. We get a parser. I'll extract user details, and role, system policy, and user details itself. I don't know if it's system policy. This is not supposed to be causing me this much trouble. Frankly, it's not supposed to be causing me this much trouble. This is really not supposed to be causing me this much trouble. I have a list of enums, which is what I want to get. Okay. The listing I want, you already have the list. It's a list of what exactly? A list of what exactly? You know what? I'm going to. I also want to get the class for all the users. So what I'll do is I also have a mini for loop here for system policies. System policy P as policies, right? System.out get class. Okay. And then for this one, I will simply just do, so this will be system object policy. And then for incoming policy, it's just going to get policy.class. Policy.class. By the way, I know if it's a string or something, but really this is not supposed to be causing me this much headache. I just think that it's because I am writing directly to the database and then trying to extract it from there, and I don't know, there is some kind of a problem somewhere, but normally under circumstances I don't think this should be causing me this much problems. Yeah. So the first one is system policy. As you can see, I mean, you look at that. That's class.com.sfa.user. I mean, come on, that's the same thing. You see that is the same thing. I don't even know what to do at this point. I have no idea. So I'm crashing out here. You see, they are this, like I said, it's not supposed to be causing me this much problem. It doesn't make sense, right? It really doesn't make sense to me. They are all the same thing. I have no idea what's happening. Like, if you put it in GPT, it's going to tell you that at this point there is still really I'll just do my own. I'll probably have to code in my own comparator to compare with the same class, like have the entire thing myself. Because relying on this Java stuff, like there might be some underlying problem that I am not noticing. Like, um, it was already solved initially, so but content is still running forward. So now we face to well, the so I think I'll just code my own, right? Just for the sake of this particular demo, right? So I think I'll just code for the sake of this, right? This is supposed to be working, but I think it's because I'm like inserting a thing, creating it myself rather than using the system itself to create it. Then it's going to have the knowledge and mapping of it. I think it's something around that area, because otherwise this is supposed to work flawlessly. But just for the sake of this, the has policy, right? Um, Again, I'm just going to, for just this particular instance, I'm simply just going to get the policy, right? Get the first from the policy, and so it's going to get that policy, just like it's going to get an instance 01 right there. And what is going to happen is rather use the contains, I'm going to check policy.toString for the string array.value or something. So I'm going to check policy dot what's a string array, no, let's see, string dot value of, okay, object of policy. I don't think, does that work? boolean, that's an object. So what we'll do is policy.string .toString dot equals policies dot get 0.toString, yeah, something like that. If it's not equal to, they want to return I'm hoping that that should solve that problem. Okay. So if it's not equal to, then we're going to fall into that. Similarly, again, well, it doesn't hit this time around. So let's see if it does hit the return true. Yes, it hit the return true. So for that, this just works, and then it goes back now to the actual problem, which is our implementation here, and then we're going to see that I think we're going to have, I want to think, we're going to put the breakpoint here. We're going to see whether or not it loads the business rules. We have something still working. So policies, okay, so that works. So we're going to, come on, that I think I've made all these things should be going by now, right? Yeah, so now we should be able to see, let's see if we load our authorization context well. So authorization context subject, our name, which is correct, the class, which is a user, right, and the ID, which is one, and the environment, which of course contains the information, country, well, first man on time, that IP address, yes, obviously. And so we are able to get the ID, which is one from us, right, and then we'll see now if the subject is being picked, okay, based on the engine. So if it's being picked, then we should start. There we go. So using strategy pattern, we have this that checks for support and then authenticate. And essentially, what are we checking for? So we want to see if it gets there. No, it doesn't even get there. So apparently it kind of throws an error that gets filled. And let me see. So the business rule, we're going to try that again. We're going to see the business rule. So we're going to look at the business rule, the object, and we're going to look at the field. Field is email. I think it throws an error here. Okay, so if we run that, I think it throws an error here where it tries to look based on the field, try to get a field. Right? So it's going to get to the user class and try to get a field name email. So does our user class have email? That's the question, right? Does the user has email? So let's go to let's go to model. Email. There we go. So our user. So business rule.get field is email. I think it throws the error there, right? Yeah, no such field exception, right? Email, and that's really interesting because class.get field. Are you kidding me? It does has a field called email. The class itself is a user class. So try that again just to see. If you look at the class is user. Model user, there we go. Right. And our user has email. And this is field called email. So except I did not get it well, so there's a problem there because we have a business rule. I'm not exactly sure. You see, it doesn't change because nothing has changed. It's correct. It's been correct since email. So it's saying that it's unable to get the email. No such field found, which is weird. It's supposed to be able to get the email. Let's get declared field. Just maybe it's supposed to use the get declared method rather than just the get field. So we're going to try that again and see how that works. And is it the same thing? Yeah, so it's supposed to be get declared, right? So the field has been declared with in the class. So set accessibility true. And then I think we have that there, field false. And yeah, so it kind of works. Authorization required need rules admin. That is weird. So the compare, I think the compare doesn't compare well again. Like I said, just the implementations of our comparables they are not really well. So we have the EQ that means equal to, and if you go to so you have the EQ there, right? So if we try this again, we should see actual dot equals to expected, and John Doe Agamil. So that is the problem there. So it's at gmail.com. So we're going to apply that and apply. So hopefully this time around that gets to work well, but just in case, now we know that it's get declared field, and you can now just check to see if that runs as we expect it to run. We're going to return compare. So yes, so actually it's John Doe at Gmail. John Doe at Gmail. So it's going to, well, let's see what happens. Compare is false. Okay. again with the false, so not exactly good for us. So we're missing something somewhere. So expected is John Doe at gmail.com. John also is a capital J for us, so that's why we are having the issue. For the email that we sent is capital J. So if we apply that and finish, so again it's going to have the issue. So if we do the compare, that should return this time around true, because true, there we go, and we now have our application that has run and done the update. So it only took us 4 hours 29 minutes, but so to do a demonstration, and most of the problem is just that I'm really not working from scratch here, trying to design the entire application and the entire system before testing it, because what I was supposed to do was build out the other end to populate the different roles and policies when you're assigning the user and so on. But that's like admin activities, and that's a bit over the top. And because I think, and this is just my thought here, I think because I go in and manually define the role and admin, it doesn't exactly sync with what I think it's GP or Hibernate is doing in the back end. And I don't know, but they compare this other comparators, they work, they are not, there's nothing faulty apart from the get declared that we had to adjust here. But the main issue that we faced was this has policy here. And again, I think that there is nothing wrong with it, because as you can see, they are all from the same class. It's just that for some reason, it's not. I'll have to research about it more, but for some reason, it was not comparing as I wanted it to compare. Okay. So that was the only problem we had to face. Okay. But otherwise, there is really nothing to it. Right? It's just been. So just. Like I said, it's. Yeah, that's it. It's same class, same thing. Even the code that GPT gave us, I think if we left it as it was, it will map it. It will map it with no problem. It's just that this particular check here, there are two things. There's either something I'm missing on how this contains is compared. Returns true if the list contains the specified element. More formally, returns true if only the list contains at least one element that is such the object dot equal to, right? And essentially this comparing function here, I think the problem is probably from it, but again it's something that I'll have to look into much detail. Okay, but that's, in other words, this is supposed to work flawlessly, right? Because the policy here is a system policy, and these are system policies, and this is part of a system policy, and they are all the same classes. So when it goes through, it's supposed to, compare them well. If that's not the case, we can create our own compare that has policy that contains computation here. We can create our own in such a way that rather than comparing the enums, we can just convert them to string and then compare them individually. But again, it's not something that makes sense to me for now. I have no idea why it's bulky like that. Maybe you can drop it in the comment below and help me out. But I am kind of stuck there, right? Because like I said, I've tested everything. It's not supposed to behave like that. The behavior is new to me. Except again, it's something maybe I've never experienced before. I think I've used this contains before on maybe enums, or maybe enums have like their own. You know what? We might just let's ask Google. How does the array list contains function? I have array list enums. However, when I pass enum the same class to it to compare against its element, it always returns false, even if the enum is present. And that is the reason. So yeah, that's the problem. So that makes sense. Okay. Like I said, there was no problem here, but the problem here, the internal problem here, it's this method, right? Like I was saying, it uses the equal sign, and for enums, right, it will return true only if they point to the same address. Point is, because what we are sending here, they are all different instances of the enums we are passing, and the instances here are also different. Once you send both of them here, they'll return false. And so technically, right, we are supposed to the contains, we write our own contain method that basically goes through. So we can actually write our own contain method. Private contains system policy, right? And what that does is policy.contains is going to go for system policy. No. Yes, for system policy policies, what we're going to do is we're going to do policy if we're going to get if policy p dot toString dot equals string, then return true. Okay, and then at the end return false. And this is what we will use, and we'll simply just call it contain if it does not contain, right? And this will help. This will help check our enums in the way that we want to check it. So if we actually give this to GPT and we explain it to GPT, I think it's going to agree with us. I think we could actually test their memory addresses and see. Interesting. First, you fix works for now. Yes, okay. Because now you're comparing. Yes. The explanation is not correct. Okay, tell me about it. You said enum return true only if the same is memory. That's not the problem here. In Java, enums are guaranteed singleton per class loader, meaning it's always true if they come from the same enum class. So normally, list that contains also if it doesn't, sometimes something else is wrong. Yeah, anyway, I have no idea what's wrong. Why is dangerous long term? Okay, see. Um, no, let's see. Um, let's see if it's the same problem, right? So I want to see if they point to the same memory address. So what I would do is system dot bring out dot get, I think it's address. Object
So what I'll do is still loading. And I'm going to see. So it works, by the way. I want to get the address. So how do I get the address? User, what user? I thought that will, is it like address? Sometimes this is me just learning right now, and well, just carrying you guys along, just to make sure that we both understand thing. Yeah, so it's exactly the same. It's exactly the same. So I don't know. My understanding there is just broken. So I have no idea. I have no idea because I've tested everything. Okay, I've tested everything. You see, it's exactly the same memory address, right? It was exactly the same class, but the contains does not check. It doesn't check. So I have no idea. I have no idea. Okay. We could compare to p dot compare to. I think that's even a safer option, right? P dot compare to. And, what's this? Oh, that's an integer. Alright, dot equals to. Let's see what happens here. Right. If it still works here, then I have no one, because this is basically the breakdown of the array, the list that contains, right? I've just expanded it to my own. So not sure if it works here like this, then yeah, so I have no idea. Right now, because it works, right? It works, and this is basically the same thing as saying that policies dot contains, right? Same thing. And if that works, if this does not work but this works, then there is a fundamental issue with it's not even my code. At this point, I don't think it's my code anymore, right? It's just I have no idea. Truth be told, I have no idea. But again, this is computer we're talking about. You can have behaviors that you don't understand. Like I said, it's something that's new to me. It's probably the first time I'm encountering this kind of problem with enums. I don't usually encounter this kind of issues, right? But oh, now it works. Now it works. Now it works. You do realize that we have not changed anything. We have not changed anything. It works now. God. You see the thing. It works now. We have not changed anything. Nothing. And I will bet you that even if I go to the, let's see about that. Even if I had to go to, is it the parser? If I had to go to the parser and put the row here, policies, system policy, right? And I have policies here, and then I comment this out. Okay, with saving all of that file, and I just simply restart the application. There's a very chance. I mean, it's a very good chance that works out. That works out well. Because this is our old code, right? Nothing has changed, just the same old code, and let's try that out. Oh, okay. Now that gives us the issue. So I'm guessing what GPT said the other time was kind of correct. And if we revert that out, then because I want to really understand where the problem was coming from, not just copy and let things work. So I think we found the main issue. Yeah, so found the main issue, and I think it's a conversion. Like GPT says that at this point, JWT doesn't recognize the system policy, right? And when it is extracting claim, it just extracts the claim and technically sends in a string. And although we put in the system policy, it doesn't map it directly, and still reads it in the form. It's a list, right? And this list is like a container within whatever is inside, and still reads it as a list of string, although it's like that. And when we're comparing the check, we're now checking a string. I think from what it explained at time, string against a system policy. But by extracting it in list first like this, and then map the policies exactly to a policy list, okay, then we are able to get an actual system policy format. Then that allows us to map it, and that works well for now. And that's good. That's good. Although we circled around for a long time to have this, but it's good that we understood this particular problem. And yeah, and for row will be the same thing, although I have no idea why they're value off. Yeah, so we'll continue in the next class, but at least you guys have understood how business logic can be implemented, right, without hard coding, right? So we could go to the business logic now and change a whole lot of things. We could change the field of the user from being the email to maybe the ID. The ID has to be exactly the same, you get, or a bunch of other parameters have to be exactly the same, just for someone to be able to edit their own. And this is what I talk about, that you need to check beyond just having roles. You need to check ownership. And what we have just tried to demonstrate here is ownership, although our own is a little bit too constricted. And in a much more in a better implementation, like I said, you're going to use objects and you're going to try to map those objects accordingly. And you know what we've demonstrated is classic business constraints, and you put business requirements in the DB, and then your system picks them up, and it updates your system and how your system acts in real time, right? And while without you continuously deploying your application and making updates. I hope that in the next sections we are going to be able to implement the beta version of our resource and maybe our environment. And right now it's been 4 hours, a bit tired, and I need to do some things. I hope this has been informative and helped you a lot. I'm sorry for the delay. Some of you saw the problem, the issue a long time ago. I am pretty much sorry. If you didn't, then and you've learned something from it, then I'm grateful and I'm happy. So thank you for watching. Like, share, subscribe, comment, and see you in the next video. Bye.